think that's good, right? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists of all time. Today we are going to be looking at the art of Frederick Horseman Varley, and specifically this painting right here entitled Night Ferry, Vancouver from 1937. And this is a painting that's sort of kind of reappeared over the past few decades, and I love this painting. Obviously, I chose it for us to paint it, and it, I think, is there's lots of stories surrounding this painting and Varley's time in Vancouver. And Varley was one of the great members of Canada's famous Group of Seven, who are mostly identified with Toronto and Ontario, and maybe even more specifically Algonquin Park, which is a national or provincial park north of Toronto. But Varley did move to Vancouver and spent a number of very productive years out here, which is where I am right now. And I sort of felt like we've done a lot of paintings about Eastern Canada. This is a painting specifically about the landscape that I see every day. So I really wanted to kind of maybe bring this painting out and really maybe talk a little bit more about Varley's West Coast adventures. So anyway, this is the painting we're about to recreate, and this is the timestamps on the playlist below, so you can always just jump ahead if you're watching this video after it was recorded. And sorry, I'm doing some laundry over here. I thought it would be done by now. Hopefully it's not too loud. So we're going to start out with getting some image onto the canvas. We're going to stain it with some color. We'll talk about Frederick Varley's biography. Maybe a bit of underpainting. We'll see. And then we're going to go background, foreground, and finish. I've got 3.5 hours to get to the end before I got to go get my daughter from the nanny. So we will be done by then. And also, I think the way that this painting is painted is kind of, we want to have a certain kind of urgency to it. So let's, just if you want to support the channel, consider liking, subscribing to the channel, and hitting the notification bell so you know when upcoming videos like this that are happening on maybe unconventional times. This might be my new schedule, we'll see. Thursday afternoons. I know it doesn't work for everybody, but that's the time I got in my life these days. As well, if you want to support the channel with a very small donation, as little as 25 cents, people have done through PayPal. There's a link to that. There's the Super Chat function directly here within YouTube. And you can contact me through my email, which is on my website, or by contacting me through the Facebook group. Those of you that live here in Canada, sending an e-transfer via my email provides the least amount of fees to you and to me, so I get more of your donation than in any of those other ways. So just, people have asked that. I saw that on our Facebook group, which, as just a quick reminder, I encourage you to join our Facebook group. Oh, let's make this bigger. And upload a version of the painting that you make today, whether it's Varley's Night Ferry, Vancouver, that I'm about to work on today, or something else that you feel passionate about. Join the group, upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement. And once a month, and so I think this weekend, I'll have to see, I'll go through everything on the Facebook group and give some free feedback. So if you want to participate in that, join the Facebook group. Okay. I got furnace firing up, the washing machine going here. I feel like I'm in the middle of the belly of this night ferry, making all sorts of sounds. Okay, so this is the painting we're about to make. Let's start with our first step. Let's get this image onto the canvas here. Let me move a bunch of these books out of the way. So There is a free outline which you can download from the Dropbox link that's in the description below. Let me show you where that is. So again, there's a link in the description, and you'll see in this link that there's a whole bunch of files or folders within that folder. And the most basic stuff is at the very top are kind of more simple paintings, of which this one can be as simple or as complex as you want to make it, is right here. So if we, and I just mentioned that there's another 200 or so folders down below. Maybe some of them are more or much more complex, some are less so. But inside this folder, you'll see these 3 files. There's the original painting, and then 2 versions of my outline, which you can download and print out for free. I'll just show you that. Come on. So this is the outline for this painting, right? So I'm about to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tape this down and do this image transfer process. And so I'm going to tape it to a 9x12 sized canvas board. I like these ones from this US Art Supply. I think they're really good. I mean, basically you order 20 of them for 40 bucks, so they're about $2 a piece, which is better than the ones you can buy for $1 at the dollar store. I think they're more than twice as good for just twice the price. And $2, you know, it's the price of a cup of coffee. Well, it used to be. So I'm going to tape that down, and now I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper, or actually technically this is graphite transfer paper that I've just put in this envelope. Same sort of thing, basically virtually identical. And then I'm going to take this transfer paper, turn it shiny side down, right? And if you ever wonder, do I have it right? Just put it down, and then, I don't know if you can see, and just with my fingernail, right? Make a little line. Okay, right side up, good, we're ready to go. So, the main things that I think are most important, because I'm not going to trace all of these lines. There's a lot of lines that I put down here. I just want the main important lines in this painting, because this is a very expressive artwork. So I think it makes sense for us to really have some fun with that more kind of wild stuff going on in the water and the sky, and worry less about perfection and photographic reproduction, etc. Okay, so down here, this is the ferry itself, the night ferry, that appears to be going through the False Creek, which is a kind of a bay here in Vancouver, and I'm pretty sure that's the Burrard Street Bridge in the background. And the Burrard Street Bridge is this beautiful old kind of Art Deco structure that's been in lots of movies and television shows, lots of advertisements, because it sort of looks like it could be somewhere in Los Angeles, which has a lot of Art Deco buildings, or New York, Brooklyn. So they film a lot of stuff on it. You know, it's got these lions on there, and yeah, it's a quite beautiful bridge. So it sort of acts as the backdrop here. And I think this is kind of a period of time before the larger, more imposing Granville Street Bridge would have come kind of right in front of it. And so I'm not exactly sure the story behind this painting, but I imagine that this sort of ferry was one of the only ways to get across the creek here, or the bay, unless you wanted to go on one of the bridges that at this point in time would have been a bit of a distance away. It wouldn't have been like, so you it's one of those things, like, especially if you're walking, if you had a car, obviously you can just drive around. But if you're walking or cycling, roller skating, were they roller skating back in the 30s? I think so. I don't know if maybe the as much as they were in the 50s and 60s, but you would really have to go quite a ways out of your distance to get downtown, which is what this building is here. So now today there's more bridges. They're larger and more pedestrian friendly as well. There's also a train, like a transit that goes, a subway that goes underneath, probably right about where this ferry is. Like, I'm imagining this painting is painted right almost like underneath what is now known as the Cambie Street Bridge. And then Granville Island, I think, is on the left here. Although Granville Island, which is now probably the most popular tourist attraction in Vancouver, that may be in Gastown, which is the old historic part of Vancouver, where the original settlement was of Europeans when they came to this area. In Vancouver, there was other settlements in Victoria, Nootka Sound, and New Westminster, but Granville Island now is this very popular tourist attraction, but at the time it was like a lumber mill, very industrial neighborhood. This whole False Creek was, you know, the kind of like the inner harbor to Vancouver. Now it's being in the midst of being converted into much more of a kind of a, you know, a cool waterfront for people to come and play in, and etc. Anyway, so actually, you know what? I like keeping this kind of just right in front of me, so that, especially as the painting gets filled up with color, it's very close to my field of view here. Let me just keep that ruler handy in case I want to use it. Oh, did I forget my... Well, I forgot the the moon right in the center here, but that's not so hard to find again. So, but just one of those things that you might want to just keep in mind before you tear your outline off, that you got all the right lines. So learn from my mistakes here. So let's move on to the next step. So what we want to do now is we want to stain the canvas, put a little bit of color here, and there's lots of different ways that artists have done this throughout history, including probably the majority of artists today, or at least amateur artists, don't do this step. I encourage you, I recommend you do it. I think you get really cool results by doing it. And essentially, the Imprimatura, as it's called, is an Italian word that is very fun to say, and essentially means the first layer of paint, or the first brush stroke, the priming layer, however you want to think about it. And I like using this warm yellow. Maybe I'll just get a new tube out of here. I like using this warm yellow. I'll show you in a moment the names of these colors. To paint with as my Imprimatura, because it kind of imbues the painting with this really lovely Kodachrome-like color. And I want my paintings to kind of glow with color and with a particular kind of warmth, because this is a warm yellow, and I'll explain that in a moment. So I'm just going to quickly put all of these colors on my palette, and then we'll just talk quickly about which colors these actually are. We're gonna make a lot of black paint and And so we're going to, and also some grays. So you're going to need probably a lot of warm red, cool blue, cool yellow, and warm yellow. Or sorry, yeah, the warm blue, there will be some of that. I'm imagining my cool red we'll use less of, as we typically do. I notice that that's, I use that color less frequently, but but I do use it. But so that's why I've put it on here, because I'm sure I will use it. But anyway, so you can see here we've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. So the colors that I'm actually using, which I've just squeezed on here, this is those colors. So the Azo Yellow Deep, which is this warm color that I've got right here, that's what I'm going to use for my Imprimatura. But if you don't have this brand, and I'm not sponsored, I'm not paid by anybody, I bought all these paints at an art supply store just like everybody else. I think it's the best deal for the buck, best quality for the dollar. If you want to spend a little bit more, well, a lot more money, about 2 or 3 times the amount for at least half the amount of paint, you can go with Golden. The results are going to be almost identical for 99% of people. Liquitex, this is their student grade, but they make a more expensive grade. There's Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply Chain, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color. So, because they put some white paint into all of their paints, so it makes it impossible to mix the black as I do it here and as I will do it today. So you will only be able to get a gray. So if you're noticing you're only able to get grays when we're trying to mix a black together, it might be the same situation as Museum Color. So please let me know if that has been happening for you, even if it was with one of the paints that I've suggested. So let's put this Imprimatura on here. Put a little bit of water on there, about 1:1 water. In fact, this is maybe a little bit more paint to water. Sometimes it's a little bit more watery, sometimes it's a little thicker. It's okay, whichever one you like. It's I could lie and tell you that I purposefully want this to be a little bit more solid of a color and less washy, but it just so happened I put less water in there, and because it's not that big of a deal, we're going to cover all of this with paint. It's like, yeah, okay, well, let's just go with it, right? It will probably make this painting have a bit more of that yellow glow, which for some people is a real pain in the butt, because you kind of sometimes have to kind of overcome it and paint it out a little bit depending on the colors you're painting with. So it's total personal preference. Do with this knowledge what you will. I could see someone painting a kind of a cool red in the background of this painting, or a cool blue, or like an icy teal color. All of those would work well. Probably if Varley did an Imprimatura, and I'm not sure that he did, he probably would have used a brown, a warm brown, not too dissimilar from this, and which I've done many times in the past, and I've done them side by side. In fact, I was just looking at these paintings as I'm photographing everything. If you recall, these paintings by Berta Morisot, this one is done using this warm yellow, and this one is done using an actual brown that she probably would have used, as well as, let's say, Varley and a lot of other artists. Can you tell the difference? If I put them side by side, you can probably tell a little bit more of the difference. This one just has a little bit, the one on the right, a bit more of a reddish brownish background, whereas this one has a little bit more of a slightly yellowish background. But most of the time people aren't going to see two virtually identical paintings side by side, and therefore won't notice the difference. The only thing is that this just takes longer to do because you got to mix that brown, whereas here I can just squeeze it out of the tube and start going. The natural question could be, though, why can I just go buy a tube of brown and paint it? Yeah, totally, you could do that, but I'm trying to do all of these paintings, all 261 of these paintings thus far, using this very basic, what we would call a limited color palette, where there's really only 6 colors plus white, and we don't even need black, even though I listed it. But anyway, so let's let this dry, and as it's drying, let's move on. So let's talk a little bit about who Frederick Varley was, and why he's so important, and the story behind the painting we're about to do today. So, Frederick Varley was originally born in Sheffield, England, and I had to kind of look it up because I've heard Sheffield United soccer or football team, sorry, Sheffield United's football team. So I know that they're somewhere in England, but even though I went to school at the Royal College in London, England, I am a little bit ignorant of some of the smaller towns, which I'm sure people in Sheffield are like, yeah, of course, somebody goes to London and doesn't know anything about the rest, just like any typical Londoner has no idea about the rest of the country. Anyway, Sheffield is kind of in I think people would describe as the north of England, right near Manchester and Liverpool. I mean, that's like an hour drive away from one another. But I remember when I spent a number of times up in Liverpool because I got some good friends up there, and you go to a pub and you run into lots of people that, even though Manchester's a relatively short drive away, and I say relatively, here in Canada, like everything is 10, 12 hours drive away from everything else because the country's so big. There's a lot of people that have born and raised in Liverpool that have never gone to Manchester ever before. And I ran into people who were like, why would I go there? Why would I go to Manchester? Ugh! Right? So I'm sure there's the same sort of thing, like, why would I ever go to Sheffield? Anyway, so the Frederick Varley's born and raised there in kind of a working class family, and was always interested in art and painting and drawing. So at the age of 18, he leaves home and he moves to Antwerp, Belgium, kind of just across the strait there, and enrolls at the Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts. And while he's in school, he's working on the docks of the nearby port. So he's sort of like, in the day or on the weekends, rolling up his sleeves, doing all this really back-breaking labor. And then on Monday morning, he's in the studio painting alongside all of his other fellow students. And I think there's something about that just, I think, really encapsulates my vision of who Frederick Varley was. And it's also, I think, an image of himself that he cultivated, that Frederick Varley, just kind of to back out, is there's something about him that is like he's cut out of, if you were to make a cliched movie of an artist, you would, and this would be who you would make a movie of Varley. That he's all of the kind of cliches that you hear of, not necessarily a starving artist, but an artist who's kind of messy, a hard drinker, has a problem childhood and difficulty with his wife and kids, and philandering, and just kind of a big mess, dying in relative poverty, kind of moving back and forth around, is sort of, especially this mid 20th century kind of like that, like, it reminds me a lot of other figures, maybe like Jackson Pollock, who were also big drinkers and got themselves in lots of trouble. Pollock himself dying in a drunken car accident and killing his girlfriend at the time, who he was cheating on with his wife. So Varley is kind of cut out of that same sort of mold. As I've been doing a bunch of reading on Varley, I kept thinking of the Beats, like Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg and Neil Cassidy, or these, because, and especially, you know, I was thinking about this over the past few days while I was putting this together, and I'm a big fan of On the Road by Jack Kerouac. That changed my life. But I read that book when I was 18 years old, and it just like, it was like totally opened my eyes to a whole different way of thinking about reality. I've since reread On the Road maybe 5 or 6 years ago and found it, instead of being like really exciting about these guys going on these adventures across the country, hitchhiking and backpacking and washing dishes one night in some coffee shop in order to get just enough money to get to the next road, city down the road. Rereading it was like, man, this is kind of sad. Like, what lonely people. And I kind of feel like Varley was a particularly lonely person. Now, I'm going to just play, I should have had this queued up. But this here is a great documentary, I say in air quotes here, because it's it's a really strange film. I posted a link to it on the Facebook group, and again in the video description below there'll be a link to it. But it kind of starts like he's basically acting, like he's like an actor portraying himself in a documentary about himself, and it's pretty depressing. It kind of ends on a high note, but you're kind of thinking like, wow, did he know this is going to be so sad? And it's just like, it shows him in his studio. It's a total disaster. It's like he looks like this single man who's hasn't seen his kids in a decade, and he's basically starving. He goes out and gets a loaf of bread and cheese and drops it on the floor, and it even starts at the beginning of the video. Again, I'm not going to play it here or my video will get taken down, but it kind of, it looks like he was either just made a painting or he's on his way back to his studio, but he's hitchhiking, jumps into this little truck, and they drive into downtown Vancouver, or no, downtown Toronto at the time, and he gets off and goes to his just dump of a studio. Let me see if we see his studio in here. It's not really a dump, and it almost sort of looks like this could be a movie set somewhere. Like, it's sort of like, what is the real story behind this this space? It doesn't look too dirty, but there are clips where you just see the paint peeling on the walls, and it's just like, ooh, man, this guy's let me see. Yeah, here, like, you know, it kind of scans around, and it's just everything's in a state of disaster with stains and cracks and broken and pieces of paper all strewn around the place, which is not unusual for an artist studio, but there's just, I don't know, like the fact that maybe you'd think if somebody was going to come and do a documentary about you, you'd kind of tidy things up a little bit, but you sort of get the impression that he doesn't care at all, and that he's kind of resigned to this situation that he finds himself in, as being kind of a little bit unappreciated and kind of relegated to kind of history, that he kind of had his time and now that's over. Anyway, let's let me see, just kind of quickly go back. So he's born in Sheffield. He goes to school in Antwerp, Belgium, and one of his friends, I think him and Arthur Lismer were friends, but they were both born and raised in the same place in Sheffield. And so Arthur Lismer moves to Toronto, immigrates to Canada, and starts working at Grip Limited, which is a graphic design firm in Toronto, and encourages Frederick Varley to also come to Canada. So Varley packs up and moves to Toronto in 1912. And so this is 10 years after he graduated art school in Belgium. And he gets a job through Lismer at Grip Limited. Grip Limited, as we've talked about many times over the past few months, as we've been doing this sort of focus of artists who were members of the Group of Seven, which we'll get to here in a moment. Grip Limited was really the, it would have been amazing to be a fly on the wall of that that design firm, because four members of what would eventually be called the Group of Seven worked at Grip Limited, including Tom Thompson, who, though he never was a member of the Group of Seven, is sort of arguably directly responsible for the founding of the group. So it's kind of this nexus of a whole bunch of really interesting people are working, doing designing advertisements and posters and brochures, and so he sort of seamlessly slides into this group. That group has by the time that Varley arrives in Canada and is working there, they've been going almost every weekend for years on little expeditions outside of Toronto, some closer, just on the outskirts of Toronto, and some much further afield, like taking a train, which maybe was back in the day 4 or 5 hours north of Toronto to Algonquin Park to paint there. So I'm sure Varley just loved that experience. I'm sure he soaked it all in. It would have been really cool being surrounded by those people who were all like, even though they have this day job doing design, they're really like focused on painting and really spending every moment of their free time painting and sharing their knowledge, because they've all gone to school in all these different places, and many of them in Europe, and studying from many pretty well-known artists abroad. And then they've all kind of come to this one location. They're sitting around a campfire and talking about their favorite artists and different strategies and techniques. How do you end a painting? How do you know it's finished? Where do you start? What's your color palette? Oh, you use vermilion. I'm not really into, like, I don't really like that kind of a green, or whatever it is. You can just sort of imagine the passion that these guys all had. Kind of a big incident that happens, of course, though, right, within a few years of moving to Canada, is World War I breaks out. And that obviously is a shock for everyone, but especially those members of this friendship group who were English, of which J.H. MacDonald, Arthur Lismer, and Frederick Varley were all originally from England. They're basically instantly conscripted into the army, and because Canada was a part of the Commonwealth and English colony, all of the Canadians are also conscripted into the military. So Varley is sent to the war, and he participates in the war as a soldier, just as a regular grunt like everybody else. But very quickly he comes to the attention of Lord Beaverbrook. Lord Beaverbrook is sort of this figure in Canadian history and political publishing, journalistic history, as well as art history. Because what Lord Beaverbrook does is he notices that there's a whole bunch, basically all of Canada's great artists, living artists of the time, find themselves carrying rifles, and they're in the trenches in World War I. And he's like, is that such a good idea that we're throwing these guys, and as they're all guys, at this war? Like, what happens when the war's over? We're going to have lost an entire generation of artists. Like, surely their talents would be better used. Like, most of these guys don't know how to use a gun, and like most other people, but at least maybe they could be doing something else. Because obviously he's also very wealthy. He's a big art collector, etc. Right? So he has an appreciation of art. Right? So he basically starts going around and inviting all of these Canadian artists that are serving just like everyone else, and gives them the opportunity to, instead of fighting in the war, of documenting the war. And so Varley joins what becomes known as the Canadian War Artist Program, and eventually is changed to the Canadian Forces Artist Program, which I actually participated in as a civilian artist over the past 10 years. I've had a few deployments with them and gone up to the North Pole and got to fly around in a CF-18 Hornet and break the speed of sound while I was making drawings. So again, for me, being able to, use my own name in the same sentence as Frederick Varley is deeply humbling to me. That there's, which is ridiculous to do, but anyway, it's so one of the kind of the main things that he does during World War I is he's doing a lot of sketching, and he accompanies the Canadian troops on this kind of infamous Hundreds Day offensive from Amiens to Mons. Which anyone who knows anything about World War I just knows how brutal the fighting was on the ground. The trench warfare was just horrific. And Frederick Varley draws and sketches and ultimately paints images from this war, which are unvarnished, brutal, raw paintings, as we'll look at here, that don't hold back at all what he was seeing. There are lots and many things that I'm not going to be able to even show you on camera here today because they're so gruesome. Like, this is probably arguably the most famous painting he did during World War I, which is called For What? And we just see this wagon filled with corpses that are underneath a tarp, and it's sitting in this mud. Everything around it is destroyed, and here's this poor guy trying to bury all of these soldiers. And the title For What is I think says it all. Like, why is this happening? Why are all of these bodies piling up? World War I, of all wars, just seemed like the most purposeless, senseless war, and I'm Varley seeing it, and I'm sure knowing some of the context of the war itself, it's just like, this is madness. It's not surprising that after World War I, you have art movements like Dada and Surrealism, which emerge, which are both about just the absurdity of life, because a lot of artists served in World War I and just saw, like, the madness that the human mind is capable of just people just slaughtering tens of millions of their fellow brothers and sisters in these for what, right? So let me see if we can just see a few more paintings by Varley here. There's a couple other ones. The gas attack is great. So we're not going to look at all, but so after World War I, he returns back to Toronto, and during the time he was away, one of their best friends, Tom Thompson, has died in Algonquin Park under mysterious circumstances, of which I'm making a graphic novel about. I'm illustrating a biography on Tom Thompson right now, which should be done at the end of, well, it should be in stores probably this time next year if my publisher has their way. But the death of Tom Thompson, who was sort of like the spiritual leader of the Group of Seven, was a big shock to all these guys, and they had been talking for years about making, creating some sort of distinctly Canadian art. It's ironic that 3 of the founding members of the Group of Seven are English, they're British, who are founding a movement about Canadian art, but I don't know, that's some kind of weird irony of the situation. But here's these guys all together shortly after kind of having come up with this group, which is a fairly kind of loose thing. Really, their goal was just to exhibit together so that they could get some combined publicity, and it worked, right? I mean, it's really the most famous art group, probably one of the most famous art groups of all time anywhere. But certainly within Canada, if you're an artist, it's pretty hard. Like if you want to be a painter, at some point people are going to ask you about your relationship to the Group of Seven. In the same way that I suppose if you're a Spanish artist, you would have to contend with Picasso and Goya, and if you wanted to be If you were a Dutch artist, you'd have to contend with Van Gogh and Rembrandt, and if you're a Mexican artist, you'd have to contend with Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera, and so on and so forth, right? Here's just another painting. I'm trying to remember what this one is called, but this is a bunch of German prisoners that are being escorted from the front, and you can just see kind of this, the devastation, the trees all shredded up. Oh yeah, so this, I love this. This is one of my favorite paintings of all time. This one's a little bit more complex, and I also didn't think there'd be that many people who'd want to paint this painting, even though I just think it's gorgeous. So this is, I think it's called Gas Attack, or Gas Chamber. I can't remember what it, even though it says Gas Chamber, but I don't know what the actual title of this painting is. But you see all of these soldiers in gas masks emerging from these trenches, which are just fuming in smoke, you know, poisonous, toxic gas, which is one of the most horrific things that occurred during World War One. You can see these quick sketches that he's making. So he also in World War II. Was, if I recall, he was a war artist in World War II, but stayed in Canada documenting, like we just saw there, the Air Force. And, you know, if you watch that documentary by the National Film Board, and there's also there's a link, because I don't think outside of Canada you won't be able to watch it, so there's also a YouTube link here that you might be able to watch if you're outside of this zone. But he does talk about how World War II arriving also sent him into a big depression, because it was just like, oh my goodness, you'd think we had learned the lesson the first time around. Like, now we're going back to the meat grinder. So he moves to Vancouver in 1926. And which is the source where he painted today's painting, and he's there as the head of the Department of Drawing and Applied Arts at the Vancouver, or sorry, they call it the School of Decorative and Applied Arts, which becomes the Vancouver School of Art in, I think, 1933, and then in 1976, I think, becomes known as Emily Carr University of Art, and now is known as Emily Carr University of Art and Design, which is where I teach. That's where that's my day job, is working in the same building, or not same building, but in the same institution that Varley himself taught at 100 years ago. Well, very close to 100 years ago. Yeah. So, which again is, I just think is kind of cool that there's that shared history. I want to move on to paint here, because as I said, I got to get done this painting in about 3 hours. So, but just kind of just last few things here. You know, I've got all of these books. This great documentary that, as I said, this is the same one the National Film Board did here. Recommend. It's only 16 minutes long, and it's available online. Let me just share with you. One of the unique things about Frederick Varley is that, and you can see here's just a photograph of him here, kind of towards the end of his life. He dies 5 years after this, but he was really the only founding member of the Group of Seven to be to really focus on the portrait, the human portrait. And come on, where's some of these sketches and drawings? And because most of the other Group of Seven were really focused on, we'll talk about this here in a moment. Most of the other Group of Seven were focused on landscapes, whereas Varley himself was into portraiture. He also obviously did lots of portraits, but, you know, we could zoom in here. So, you know, you can even see, like, if he's painting a landscape, sometimes there's also a person in the landscape itself. We see a whole bunch of these paintings of servicemen here. I think these are just gorgeous paintings. This is a quite well-known self-portrait he did, which was on a Canadian stamp. This is from 1919. So this must have been, maybe this is right when he first got back to Canada after the war. It's interesting that he paints himself, his face sort of darkened in shadow like that. That there's, you know, what it's, you know, how much does, you know, how much is one reading into artwork, and how much is actually the intent of the artist is always up for debate. But it is interesting that he comes back from what can only be described as a very traumatic experience, being in World War I, and that his own self-portrait is a face that is shrouded in darkness. There's a little bit of light, but there's also a little bit of dark, right? I mean, the things that he would have seen would have been unseeable, right? It would be impossible to extract from your mind, and I'm sure that was probably one of the reasons why he became essentially like a degenerate alcoholic towards the end of his life, really, or for the last maybe 30 years of his life. I don't know exactly what caused him to leave Vancouver in his teaching position, but as I'll show you here in a moment, one of the scandalous things is that he took up, he began having a relationship with one of his models, this woman named Vera, and while he was still married, and his wife found out about it, and yet he continued this relationship that really sort of destroyed her. So this is his wife, Maud. And the woman that he eventually so here's Vera. This is the other woman, if you will, and I just, of course, I had my finger on the page with a photograph of her, and I took my finger off. So here's a photograph of her. You know, she's quite a beautiful, much younger woman as well, but you know, it was very scandalous. So here's another portrait. This is a portrait again of Vera. This is also quite a famous painting that was reproduced on another Canadian postage stamp. So I think it's also worth noting that the two times that his art has been published on postage stamps were portraits rather than landscape paintings. I think this is also just a very strange painting. Here we have, you know, he's looking out his window, and he's doing this, so he's painting a landscape, but he's also got like this mirror hanging on the frame of the window here. So it's sort of like a landscape, but there's also a self-portrait involved. And I can't really think of anything else, to be honest, that is like this at all. Like a very unconventional composition, to say the least. But I think that's also very inspiring, and just shows, like, you know, if we just extracted the foreground elements out of here, it'd be a very different painting, right? This painting, you know, it's in the collection of the Victoria Art Gallery, or the Art Gallery of Greater Victoria. So one wonders if this was painted out, well, 1937, so same year as the painting we're about to do today. So it is likely that they depict either Vancouver, or I'm sure he would have gone to Victoria a few times. Like, there is, like, again, it's hard to, you know, once you watch that documentary, you start thinking, like, man, you kind of look at all these paintings a little bit differently, as being kind of sad and yeah. So, you know, it's interesting when I got this. I want to move on here really quickly. Here's another portrait of Vera. You know, beautiful young woman. But when I first got this book up from the library, I just opened it up to this chapter, Things Fall Apart, and it is just like so tragic, like how, you know, he's sleeping on the couch next to the fireplace of his living room because him and his wife aren't sleeping in the same bed together, and he's just getting drunk with his best friend, James Butterfield, all the time, and, you know, passing out on the beach, and it's just like, woof. You know, it's like, wow, this is tragic. So that's what I mean when I was saying, like, it really reminds me a lot of the beat poets, who kind of also had these very turbulent lives, and Oh, this is also, this painting you'll see in that documentary, should you choose to, that short documentary, should you choose to watch it. Painted at the same time. This is called Liberation from 1936. And, you know, it is this sort of like Christ-like figure who's emerging. Maybe this is like, you know, Christ rises from the dead and comes out of the tomb and, you know, moves the boulder aside and all that kind of stuff. But it's just the color, the intensity, the wildness of this painting is unlike really anything he had done before. Kind of a little bit like today's painting. But, you know, it would have been one of those things that probably if he showed it to some of his colleagues and especially other members of the Group of Seven, they'd be like, "Are you okay, Fred?" Like, I mean, this is the kind of paintings he was doing when he was still in Toronto, when he's going to, like, I think this is Georgian Bay. Well, that's what it's called, stormy weather, Georgian Bay. This is actually quite a very famous, this is maybe his most famous painting that he ever did. It's in the National Gallery. But this is the sort of painting he was doing when he goes on these little trips far afield of Toronto. So I'm sure when they saw, like, that painting of who I assume would be Christ emerging from the tomb, they'd be like, yeah, like, whoa, dude, like, that is weird. Don't you think, Fred? Like, you've been hitting the sauce pretty hard. So here's just a bunch of drawings from World War I. You can see here's just these corpses piled up, you know, destroyed machinery, and yet in the horizon that little rainbow, which I think is just so kind of poignant. So I'm not going to show, maybe I'll kind of leave this because the next few pages are a lot of images like this of corpses with limbs missing and all that kind of stuff. So let me just see. Let's skip over some of that. I think this is interesting. This shows him and his friends as they're, what it looks like when they're sketching out in the field, right? They've got these like mosquito nets on their faces to protect themselves from the bugs. I think this is also like quite wild. This painting looking out the window, and it's just sort of like this empty, desolate landscape. Like, maybe is he flying through the clouds and looking out the window, and there's just this void out there? There's something about that I find just kind of a little bit disturbing. In that same documentary, you'll see he's in his studio. He's got a lot of these sketches, all women. There, I mean, I just love these paintings. I'm a huge Varley fan, obviously. Look at these colors. Any of these paintings could be something that you could do for sure. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so he did live in North Vancouver. There's lots of links I have in here, but Lynn Canyon would have been like a very isolated place in Vancouver 100 years ago. Would have been probably pretty hard to get up there. Now, like I've taught at an elementary school in Lynn Canyon here, but this looks, well, that's exactly side by side here. This page. This I'm sure is the background to this. So this must be his studio in Lynn Canyon, looking out the window at this bridge. I didn't realize he lived that close to it. I don't know if that's necessarily exactly what he saw out his window, but and then today's painting itself. So when he takes up with Vera, there's a huge scandal. When his wife finds out about it, she writes a letter to Vera's parents to kind of shame her, and it does cause also, she basically gets sort of run out of Vancouver society. Anyway, lastly, as we kind of wrap up here, this longer than I thought would be discussion about his background. When he dies in 1969 at that age 88, lived a long life. Surprisingly, lived that long considering there's probably very little of his liver left over. He's buried in on the grounds of the McMichael Art Collection in Kleinsburg, Ontario, just about a 45-minute drive north of Toronto, alongside 6 other members of the original group of 7, which, as I've mentioned before, and I've shown images of that graveyard, I always thought it was a little bit odd that there would be a grave, that an art collector would literally collect the bodies of the artists themselves. Okay, let's get to painting here, because, okay, I got 3 hours. So, do we want to do an underpainting for today's painting? Yes, let's do an underpainting, mostly because we have these wires that are kind of attached to this, what is that? Like, I don't know if we're looking, so we're looking at the back of the boat, and so I don't know if this is some sort of, somebody else who knows more about boats could tell me what that might be. Maybe it's some sort of docking device, because I'm imagining this is like some sort of passenger ferry that's going back and forth between the north and south shores of False Creek. And maybe when they dock, this attaches to something to prevent the boat from moving. I don't know, because I don't think this would have been sail powered. I'm pretty sure there'd be a little, or probably a big loud engine, like a little tugboat sputtering along. So if anybody knows what that, if it's a radio antenna or something, but it is quite a dynamic composition. Anyway, the reason I'm going to use an underpainting is maybe just to help preserve some of those lines, because if we start getting a little bit more spontaneous with our color, we might want to have some clue as to where those lines are underneath. So let's begin by mixing a black. In fact, we're going to use a bunch of this, so let's get a bigger brush. I'm going to take some of my cool yellow. Let's put it right here. I'm going to take an almost equal amount of my cool blue and an equal amount of my warm red. So cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. And these 3 colors together magically transform into black. Now, you have to kind of really mix these quite thoroughly together to get that. And you'll notice right now, I've got a purple color. Or sorry, a brown color. People are like, purple? Maybe my TV's messed up. So this is a brown color. Now, why is it brown instead of black? Well, let's just do a quick little refresher on the color wheel here. So I've used this color, and this color, cool yellow, cool blue, warm red. So if we mix cool yellow and cool blue together, we get a green. What is the opposite of green on the color wheel? Warm red. What happens when we mix colors that are opposite from one another on the color wheel, or complementary colors as we call them? They cancel each other out, right? So right now we've got a kind of a brown. So what that tells me is I've got warm red and cool yellow, and that's made it and I've added a bit of blue here, so it's pulled this orange further towards neutral core, making it brown, but it still exists here. If I want it to become black, I need to add more blue to it. So just think about what is the color and what is the opposite color. So if it's too much, if it's too green, what does that tell us? Well, we need to add more red to it. If it's too purple, what does that tell us? We need to add more yellow to it. Now, mixing a black is tricky, because you got to get basically 33% of each of those colors in order to get a perfect mixture of black, to get them to cancel each other out, or else it's going to be a little bit purpley, a little bit brown, a little bit green, etc. So it's hard to do. I recommend you do this step though, because if you don't know how to mix a black, I think it's like kind of revelatory learning how to do this. And if you're having a hard time seeing what this color actually is, the best little trick is to take some of the paint that you've got and mix it in with a little bit of white. And then look, oh, it looks gray. So actually that is basically a black, because it can be a little confusing. You might be like, well, it still looks, maybe, is it still kind of brown, or is that purple, or is that green? I really don't know. You add some white to it, and the white will reveal what the color actually is. So I'm not going to use gray just yet, but if you are curious, that's the easiest way. And so again, if this was still a little bit brown, I just keep on adding more blue to it. But I would use a different brush, because I now have white on this, and if I put white in here, it's going to contaminate that, and I won't be able to get it back to pure black again. It'll always be gray. And nothing wrong with gray if you want gray, and we're going to use gray in this painting, but if you want black, you don't want any white getting in there, because then you won't be able to get your black. Of course, you could use actual black squeezed from the tube, but I always think I much rather prefer to mix my own black. So let's go to this here. And I'm even applying it with a little bit of texture to it. I'm allowing myself to kind of be to apply this paint in a more thick manner than I normally would. Oops, sorry. So that if I do get a little carried away with the next step here, with really painting in these the waves too thickly, then too thickly, is that a word? Is that an actual sentence? My mother is tearing her hair out. Thickly, is that a word? I don't know. If I do kind of go really wild, I'll be able to see some evidence of that line underneath the paint there. Now this beam here is going to be white. I could paint it white, but black is more likely to show through, and since it's going to get covered with paint anyway, I'm probably going to have to paint it white so that I can see it. So at least this way here, I have a greater likelihood of seeing what I've done here. Like these sort of, I don't know, two lovers or something making out down there. Let's just get this figure. Again, I'm painting this about as quickly as I can, right? I'm not too worried about accuracy here. And yeah, I think that's probably good enough. I could do the whole thing like this, but I think I'll be able to figure it out from here. Wow, look at all the comments. I haven't there's Pascaline says hello everyone. Pascaline says I watched half of the documentary on Frederick Varley. That's great. I'm glad you did, right? You probably were like, oh, this is kind of dark. It's odd that he would participate. Now maybe he didn't have any clue what their original or the final version was going to look like. He looks like a craggy old guy. He's been through a lot. Totally. Yeah, you can see his face looks like he's been through the war, various different kinds of war in his life. There's Nikki that says hello. There's Deborah. Kathy's there. Yeah, Pesky says, is that a couple kissing in the painting? Yes, I think so. Danilo says, I started a few days ago with your lessons on how to draw, and now I see that you're still active. Great. Says Danilo says, greetings from Bosnia. Awesome. Awesome, Danilo, sorry. That's great. I love that you're tuning in. You're on the other... what time is it in Bosnia right now? It's got to be, what, 2 in the morning or something? Lolly says, wow, another amazing artist I'm not familiar with. Thanks for the introduction, Michael. And there's Paula's there. Paula's painting along with us. Awesome. Great. Okay, so let's get to painting here. People are like, okay, this is a lot of chatter here. Okay, so... you know what I'm going to do first is I'm going to blow dry this really quickly. So I'm just going to mute the microphone. Okay, so let's move on to the next step. So what I want to do next is start painting in the background. And really for this painting, we could think of the background as being the sky and the buildings of downtown Vancouver and the Burrard Bridge here. And then we might say that the water is our middle ground, and then the boat, the so-called night ferry itself, is in the foreground, including these the mast here. I guess that's what I think it is, right? So to begin, what we want to do is we want to put our cold colors, our cool colors, in the background. We want to have our warm colors in the foreground. And then in the middle ground, we want to have a combination of warm and cool, either mixing warm and cool colors together, or by kind of putting warm and cool colors side by side, or putting, let's say, cool colors down first and then some warm colors over top of it. So there's a few different ways that we can approach that. But by putting our colder colors in the background and working our way to warmer colors in the foreground, we optically create a depth in our painting, because cool colors appear to recede and warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, right? So if you think of a painting like a window, cool colors are the furthest thing away from the window, warm colors are closer to the window, and black is like a bug on the window itself, right? So we want to be careful when you use black. So if I was in this painting, the only place I would really put pure black out of the paint tube would be, well, he didn't even use black here. He's got kind of a brown. You know, maybe the figure down here, maybe some of this water, the beam and stuff on the right-hand side. Because even these cables aren't right up close to the window. They kind of look like they're further away, kind of leaning into the middle ground. Okay, so let's, this first colors, what do we want to put in here? Up top, oops. So I'm trying to look into the top of the painting. You know, what we see actually is, this is interesting when we get up close, because it looks like the color, it looks like he kind of has a very similar Imprimatura than the one that we're using right now. Either it's like a yellow or a green, perhaps. I think it's kind of yellowy, and then he's stained it with this green over top. So I think what I want to do is paint some green, kind of a pretty muddy cool green, like a cool green that's got some black in it. It's just kind of, to me, when I look at that, it sort of looks like paint that's been on the palette for weeks. He's painting with oil paint, and it's just sort of like the dregs that are like a dirty palette, and he's just kind of scooping some of it, adding maybe a lot of turpentine and thinning it down like a big wash. And he might have started the painting. So when I did my underpainting here, and I just painted these beams, there's other artists who would use maybe some leftover paint or their brown that you use for Imprimatura, and just kind of quickly start painting in some shapes, and then maybe using a rag to kind of smudge some of it out or blend things and add areas of solid color. So I'm imagining that's probably what he did. Anyway, let's, as our first step here, make this kind of ugly green color. So I'm going to take my, actually let's go to this view here. So I'm going to take my cool yellow, and let's do this here. I'm going to take my cool blue, and so I mix these together, and I get this really nice glowy green. I mean, we could use that green in places. You could see it's not too far off what we have here, but it's too saturated. It's just, if we painted that color in the background, it's going to just be too lively. So I'm going to put some of my black in here. Now what the black is going to do, it's going to sort of kill the color a little bit, right? It's diluting the intensity of the color. It's also going to make it a little, I always find like when we add black to a color, that it appears to be almost a little bit grainy. Like it kind of just gets this weird semi-transparent quality that some people like, some people dislike that. If you really don't like the way that maybe black appears when you add it to a color, you could add just a little bit of white. The white is very opaque, so it'll make and get rid of any transparency in that kind of grainy quality. Of course, if you add white to a color, then it becomes a grayish color as opposed to a black color. And there is quite a big difference between a tint and a tint is when we add white to a color, a tone is when we add gray to a color, and shade is when we add black to a color. So there's a big difference between shades and tones. Now, how do I want to go about this? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mix a little bit more of, like, okay, so there's two strategies we could do here. One of which, you could add some water to this to thin it out a little bit. I'm not a big fan of adding water to my acrylic paint because really you use water to clean your brushes. So we want to use ideally like a medium. So we could use like a glazing fluid or a matte medium, or even a slow dry medium. So matte medium, or you could use gloss medium if you like glossy paint. You could use satin glazing liquid, or you can use gloss glazing liquid. As you can see, I like satin and matte, which are interchangeable terms in art materials. So you could use, because I like my paints to be non-reflective. I always personally find acrylic paint, when it's glossy, it looks kind of plasticky, personally. But I would say I'm definitely in the minority there. Maybe it's because I painted for a long time in oil paint, and oil paint, if you want it to be, can be, and generally is a little bit matte until you varnish it. Anyway, so I've got this color. I'm going to mix a bit more of it because I think what I'm going to do is apply it and then wipe it off with a rag, which is, I kind of get the impression that's what he's doing here. So I want to try to see if we can replicate that type of approach here with acrylic paint. And so I just want to make sure I've got enough here that I can kind of scrub the surface with. Maybe that's a little bit too dark, so let's just add a bit more yellow in there. And we're going to use this paint again elsewhere. So that looks pretty good. It does look kind of opaque, right? It appears more dense, but I think it's just because we've got a lot of it. Potentially we add a bit more yellow in here just to keep it a little bit brighter. Of course, as we wipe it away, the yellow from below is also going to appear here. So let's get ready with a rag. Oh, here's my rag. Actually, let's get a new rag. Right, here's just an old sock, right? I would use the outside edge here rather than the inside where maybe some of this fluff will come off. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly brush it on here, and then I'm going to kind of wipe paint away with my rag. So I'm just going to quickly do that. And then, so I'm not trying to get this paint off my painting. I'm just kind of like brushing it into the weave, the surface of the painting itself. And I have to be careful that I don't go too hard, or it's possible that I'll wipe the paint off, the yellow Imprimatura right off. All right, so I'm just sort of gently working it into the surface. So I'm not sure how that looks on camera, but I think that's actually exactly what I want it to be. It's a little bit kind of thin. We have a yellow quality and a green quality. If I want, I can do the exact same thing again, but I'm pretty happy with the way that looks. So you can see it kind of happen kind of quickly. Trying to do that with a paintbrush would be really difficult to do. One thing is it starts to dry very quickly. When acrylic paint gets thin, it dries as it comes in contact with the air. So if you have a really thin layer of paint, it's going to dry almost instantly. So for instance, like let's say I get paint on my table and I'm like, oh, I got a big goop. What often I'll do is just smear it, not with the intent of getting it all away, but I'll just smear it, like lengthen that smear so that it instantly dries and there's less likelihood of it getting on my clothes and my hands and stamping all over the place. So it dried so quickly that, I smeared it on and this literally left like a little kind of smudge there. That would be kind of irritating if I didn't have to worry about, if I wanted to stay consistent, that would be kind of frustrating. I could use a little bit of water and wipe that away, but I'm about to paint other colors on top of it, so it's not such a big deal for me. Okay, so I'm just going to take this paint off my brush here. So I'm going to be using this kind of color frequently throughout the painting. In fact, maybe I'll just leave that there for a moment. And let's think about the next color that I want to apply. I'm now going to mix a much darker green that's got a little bit more blue in it and maybe even a little bit more black, and use that to do a little bit of painting, a little bit of outlining of some of the clouds. Now, I didn't even draw any of my pencil lines in the cloud, so I'm going to kind of eyeball all of that. Maybe just before I do that, let's mix this other green, the darker green we're about to use. Where should we put it? Let's put it right here. And let's take some more black. And that's definitely going to appear really dark against that sky. Almost to the point where it's, I think it's okay, but it's just like, whoa, that's going to be dark. So, let's see. I've got my moon is somewhere right around here. And then I've got this cloud shape up here. kind of comes across. Oh, it kind of works pretty well with my little stain there, so that's okay, that's cool. Let's come around this other side. Notice how I'm kind of painting quickly. I'm not, obsessing about perfection, where the lines are in the right place. I think it's sort of almost a little bit antithetical to the way that he's painting this painting, not necessarily all of his work. Okay. Now, right now, I think on camera that looks maybe a little bit more emerald, kind of glowing of a color than it actually is, but I think that's okay for right now. While we're here, let's add a little bit more. Let's add some, take the same color. I'm going to mix some cool red into it to make a brown, a cool brown. So I'm just going to take that same color, mix it over here. You see it goes a little bit purpley. So let's just take some cool yellow and mix that in there. Add a bit more red. So that is a little bit more purpley than I want, so let's just take a little bit more cool yellow and put this on the palette. Okay, so now we've got a very cool brown, and I see that there's places in the sky where we want it. I have to be careful with getting the sky too dark, because I don't want it to compete with these beams that are black in the foreground. Because otherwise, like, that's why I wiped that little line away here, because it kind of connected with this wire. And then we don't want a situation where people are going like, oh, what is this part of the boat attached here? It's like, no, 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 that's the sky. And be like, oh, I thought it was like a flag or something. You don't want to, I don't think anyway, my philosophy with art is I don't really want people to be too confused looking at the painting. I want people to be, I want there to be mystery in the painting and people to be kind of seduced by the maybe strangeness of things perhaps, but I don't want them to be like, what is going on? I mean, this is something weird here, off-putting. And that's a kind of a fine line in art, is like the difference between something that appears kind of strange and unusual that you're curious to know more about, versus something that is just like awkward and bizarre. And so So I'm just going around and getting some of this brown in. And I don't think you can really go wrong with, you could basically paint almost everything on here with this color. And then paint other colors over top of it. In between it. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to just take a little bit more warm red, or cool red, so I mean, and just make this just a little bit more on the reddish side. Right, I'm using kind of a bit of a bigger brush and for all these details because I want to kind of fill this up as quickly as I can. I'm not worried about perfection here because there's going to be lots of little layers of paint coming in, and so the more kind of things like this in there, the more nuance I'll see in those areas. Anywhere else? Let's just do a few more of these. So I'm going to reserve this area for just pure warm colors at the very front. Okay, let's just clean that paint off. And now let's go to some cool blue in the sky. Although honestly, it does look like maybe there's a bit of warm blues in there, but we'll just continue with some cool blues in that area. Okay, so we're going to take our cool blue, and there's some black in that blue right here. So you can see it's kind of a little bit of a dirty, cool blue. So I'm going to start with that. Some of this I'll lighten up. Okay. And again, you know, if you're not happy with something, you can always take your rag again and just kind of smear and smudge some of this paint. Thin that out a little bit. Okay, I'm going to come into the water again. Honestly, at this stage, I'm really barely looking at the original painting itself. I kind of like glance up, like, oh, okay, yeah, there's definitely some kind of blue there. But even if there's not really blue there in the finished painting, it's like, okay, well, I'll just fill it in, and then I can always paint that out later. I'm not gonna sit around here in these initial stages of the painting and worry about how accurate that is, right? All of this is most likely to be kind of hidden under layers of paint, so just go right ahead, load it up, try to kind of almost get rid of the yellow that we have here. And you can also see that I'm just painting right over top of these lines, of the mast. Okay. Maybe I am going to just clean this brush off for right now. I don't think I'll be using it again, especially that size anymore. Next, I'm going to go to some... So we've now been using purely cool colors this far. Although there was, yes, some warm red in our black, which we did use. But we've also... But, you know, there's been... We also then diluted that black with cool blue and cool yellow, which were also components in the black, so there's just a lot more of those. But now I want to start adding some warmer colors into this middle ground area here. So I'm going to take some of my warm red, and I'm not even washing my brush. I didn't even get the excess paint off, because I kind of like it when the paintbrush gets a little bit dirty and it's got a few of these kind of random colors on it. And I can almost guarantee you that the same sort of thing with Varley. His brushes are just sort of kind of getting a little bit inundated with different kinds of paints, and he just keeps moving forward. So we want this to kind of get a little bit muddy, especially at this stage, and then we can kind of clarify as we go. Okay. Now, there's obviously still lots more here, but I think we'll do that in a second pass. What I want to do is some of these buildings back here. So I'm going to take again my paintbrush that's but hasn't been cleaned or washed or anything, and kind of just paint a few things back here. Okay, some white. Okay. Let's take a little bit of... Let's take a bit of the cool red and cool yellow and make this orange. Again, don't worry that this is not the orange that we see in the picture, because I added a little bit of white to it just to kind of help it through subsequent layers here. I'm going to continue with this yellow. I'm going to take a bit of green in here. just, again, I'm just filling it up. And then, okay, I think we're ready to move on to a new step here. Okay, so now we've got the background started, not finished. I had no intent in finishing the background. And we've also got the middle ground started. We're going to now start the foreground. And then once we get the foreground started, we'll go back to the background and finish the background. I always find it a lot easier to work in this method than trying to just finish one area completely with the intent of like, okay, that's done. I'm not really going to touch it unless I need to, because I don't know what that looks like compared to what needs to go down here. I know you'll see other videos of people on YouTube who will like finish one little section, like an eye, perfectly, and then move on to the nose perfectly. I kind of sort of fundamentally disagree with that whole approach to painting. I just feel like my brain is just not big enough to completely visualize the painting before I start. One might say, if I knew what it's going to look like before I started, why would I bother painting it? I want the painting to surprise me. Lolly says, I tune especially for that hour of chat at the start. One of my favorite things about this channel is the biographies by Michael. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Lolly. I appreciate that. Pascaline says, can we use watercolor pens on top of acrylic for details, then varnish at the end so that they don't smear? Yeah, that's an interesting question. Can you varnish? I'm sure you probably can varnish over top of your, like, acrylic pen, watercolor pens or Posca pens? Oh, like those kind of water. Yeah, maybe. I really don't know about watercolor pens and how they would behave with paint, and varnish. Like varnish, you really want to make sure the paint is really dry before you start putting paint on there. Otherwise, or varnish on there. Otherwise, you could end up smearing the surface. And one thing I've noticed with those Posca pens is they seem to be quite easily activated with any water, even after weeks of being dry. So there's different ways of varnishing a painting, and maybe one day I'll do a video on varnishing, but you can buy varnish like in a canister, in a pail, and you can brush it on. There's varnish that you heat up that's sort of almost like more of a waxy and caustic process. And then there's also, more recently, over the past 20 years, like spray-on varnish. And that might be a better tip, because if you spray it on, you're not brushing the surface. It's just going, it sits right on the top. You just want to make sure that you're not like, because then you create like a pool, and that pool of paint could wake up any dormant paints or pigments in there that could then kind of float and kind of spread outwards like a watercolor, right? So let's paint the foreground down here. Pascaline says Artesia watercolor pens. They're handy for watercolor mixed media. Okay. Shiva's joining us there. Nikki, everyone, the whole gang is back in town. Hey, that's awesome. Okay. So, sorry, I'm getting distracted here. What do we want to do? I think for the foreground, we're definitely going to keep, there's this yellow that's there. We want to try to kind of preserve some of that yellow without painting it all out. Mostly we've got a lot of warm reds and warm browns. So maybe let's start out with some warm red, and then we'll just turn it into a brown as we go. So take this warm red right out of the tube. If we want to make it a little bit darker, we can also do that, because this looks like it is not just this pure red, but a little bit more brown. But no harm will come from painting something red that is later on going to be brown. Red is a fairly well, most of the time red is a relatively transparent color. So, you know, we can paint things, use it to paint things on top of, and then like, or if we painted it over top of something, let's say these pencil lines, they generally come through quite clearly. And let's just paint this whole thing here red. So all of this kind of red and warm browns down here in the foreground are really going to pull the boat forward towards us. Let's get a little bit of orange here now as we start to transition into some brown. Maybe it's a little bit too... Right, there we go. Some more orange down here. I think that's okay. So, what should we do next? Let's continue mixing our brown, right? So the reason why I started with my warm red is because I could just use it pure. Then I could mix some yellow into it, right? And then the next, to turn this into a brown, we're going to add warm blue to it. The more blue we put into the orange, the more brown and the deeper of a brown color we'll get. So we want to have maybe a few different versions of this brown in this painting. You know, maybe I should blow dry this because it looks like I'm kind of... one thing with painting acrylic onto acrylic that is kind of semi-dry is often it ends up, it's like you're scrubbing that surface off, and it can be a bit of a pain. So yes, I know that this area here is going to be black, this little triangle down there, but by painting it a little bit brown now, first of all, it's going to help that black get darker later. I won't have to do a few layers, especially if I'm using the black that I make myself, which is not quite as opaque as actual like Mars black from the tube or ivory black. So it just kind of helps with that kind of covering up or making that a bit more opaque. And that's also nice to have a bit of color in those darker areas anyway. While I've got this brown in my brush, let's put just a little bit in the water here just to kind of continue darkening. Just yeah, let's do a little bit. Let's darken that brown. Actually, I was gonna go to the background, but you know, let's darken this. So I'm taking a bit more of my warm blue, just mixing it into my brown because it's part of that brown. So it kind of keeps the same kind of flavor of color here. You know, it's interesting just thinking about this painting and his biography. It makes me wonder, you know, I just sort of imagine him like on this boat. You know, he's in his, what, maybe 50 years old or so around this time when he's in Vancouver. Thinking about the time of his youth, you know, 20, 30 years before when he's 18 years old in Antwerp, Belgium, working on the docks and around boats and fishermen all the time, and I'm sure there was probably some kind of comfort for him in, you know, riding around these boats. Like Vancouver, really up until like the kind of 80s almost, right? Like leading up to Expo 86 was pretty kind of working class town with, like, you know, there was definitely some super wealthy people here, like the Guinness family, and who maybe people don't know, Guinness owned a lot of land in North Vancouver that is now known as British Properties, and they helped pay for the construction of the Lionsgate Bridge, which is a very famous, probably the most famous bridge in maybe Canada, maybe? I don't know. Like, it's like our version of the the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Not nearly as spectacular, but it is pretty beautiful structure when you drive across it. And I like to take tourists, people visiting from out of town, over the bridge because it's just kind of a neat little site. But I just sort of imagine, that there's him. Like I can just imagine him being going, like riding around on this ferry at 10 o'clock at night, just completely drunk. Maybe he's just come on his way from Vancouver, going to visit some, maybe he was visiting some friends or an art opening, and he's just like standing outside in the wind, trying to cool off, trying to sober up a little bit before he goes home. Maybe he was just with his mistress and he's on his way back to meet his wife, and he knows already she's gonna be furious with him for cheating on her. I don't know, I like making stories up while I'm painting, obviously. We'll take a little bit of this color, this darker brown, and put it into the waves. Not maybe too much. But we're going to start kind of darkening these waves in a bit. Come back to that. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good for that first pass through the background, middle ground, foreground, right? Still lots we can do, but and to do, but I think that's much better. So I think, this is, I think, the optimal place. Like, it's really not until I get my painting to about this stage where now I start thinking about, okay, how am I doing with my colors? Are things in the right place? What needs to be changed? What needs to be lightened? What needs to be darkened, etc. I don't really bother making any major decisions until I get to this place. So this is also a good place to stop for the day. If you felt like, okay, I gotta pick up the kids from whatever, or I gotta go meet a friend, there'd be nothing wrong with finishing or leaving the painting at this stage, especially if you were planning on using oil paints on this painting at some stage, because there's a lot of people that will paint the painting, the first maybe pass or the underpainting in acrylic, and then finish it with oil paint. I guess there's to each his own. I mean, that sort of process doesn't appeal to me personally, but if you were a portrait painter, I could see that being really handy. You could kind of get all the big shapes in and then do some very, the finishing with oil paint where you can really kind of blend and get really soft edges. So that way you could get that first stage of the painting done in an hour, and you don't have to wait 3 weeks for the oil paint to dry before you paint another layer over top of it or do any glazing with oil. It's talking about hopefully Michael will answer your question. Did I answer the question about varnish and watercolor pens? I think I did, but and using a spray instead. Would you have bad surprises later? I think if you use a spray varnish, I think you should be fine. And if you do them as they would recommend in light coats, so you're just kind of like and maybe not even that close, more like and maybe not but just and then you let it dry for a couple of hours and then go back as opposed to like and creating like a really wet, goopy, thick surface, which is, I think, a lot of people make that mistake when they're using any kind of spray paint, because then you end up with these little pools of paint, and then you have paint or varnish in this case that are, because they're thicker and thicker and thinner in different places, they're going to be drying at different times, and sometimes the different drying times can cause the paint to kind of, especially on the top layer, to kind of shrink, and then you got wet. It's just a nightmare. So you want to just kind of thin, even coats. Pascaline says, we learned so much from Michael. Nikki says, you're right, Pascaline, he's the best. Holly says, yup, we're a lucky bunch having one of the most talented yet still down-to-earth art teachers on YouTube. No gimmicks, no huge ego. Just fun art for free every single week. Lucky us. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Oh my goodness. I am very flattered. Humbled. Thank you so much for those lovely comments, you guys. Okay, did I do the title card for the next chapter? Oh, Nikki says we love you. Oh, love you guys. This is a big love fest today. Maybe we all need a little bit of extra loving right now, right? In strange times we're in. Okay, so let's go back to the background and let's finish the sky. I think we should be able to finish the sky in just a few minutes. Then we'll work on the buildings in the background, and then we'll start kind of working on the water. And then that will leave us with a little bit more water and the boat in the foreground to finish. So I think we're doing pretty well for time. I mean, we've been started 2 hours ago. We really only painted for about an hour thus far. So let's just look at the painting again. So what we've got now is a bunch of very thin, semi-transparent purples and blacks. We got a little bit of highlights with some white and yellow in there. But we can do the same sort of technique using a rag and just applying paint, wiping it off, which is one of the techniques oil painters use all the time. Is they're constantly putting paint on, and not always using rags, but a lot of it's a very popular, very common acrylic painting technique is using a rag to kind of wipe paint off. Obviously, I say that with oil paint. With acrylic paint, that's very hard to do because the paint dries so quickly. You can't, unless you're wiping it off as quickly as I painted it on to begin with. It's there to stay, right? Whereas oil paint could be wet for weeks and you could still wipe some of that paint off, including potentially just taking that rag and literally wiping all of the paint off, or using, let's say, your palette knife and literally scraping all of. You could do that after a week of the paint being on there. So the sky. Let's go for a little bit of a purpley quality. Not purple equality, but purpley quality. Right? There's an important distinction between purple equality and purpley quality. Purple equality and purpley quality. I'm losing my mind a little bit right before your eyes. So let's take our cool red. Let's do that right here. Cool red and cool blue. This gives us a purple, but not quite as intense of a purple as if we used cool red and warm blue. Using the cool red and warm blue gives us a really nice poppy violet that is like what we probably imagine when we're thinking of purple. Here we get just a bit more of a muted purple. That might be good enough. I'm just going to take a little bit of my slightly darker black and put that in there just to mute it down a bit more. And let's see how far we can get with just brushing it in and then wiping it off. I'll bring this back up. When I wipe it, I do notice it sort of seems to go a little bit more brownish. Kind of works its way into the greens, and it kind of cancels out the kind of a little bit more luminous quality of the purple. So I'm going to add a little bit of that back without wiping it all the way off. Or just kind of dab some of that paint back off. You can definitely get a lot darker in that sky. I think that's okay. I'm just going to now just continue while I got this color on my brush with these cool reds, and I'm just going to brush a bit more into the water here. I'm just going to add a bit more purple in here. Okay, I'm going to go the other way with my cool blue and a little bit of black. And this time I'm going to go to some smaller brushes for the first time, right? The only time I've used a small brush so far has been for these wires. So now I might want to go in and just start adding some kind of a little more refinement in the clouds. So the reason I wiped that away is it was a little bit too thick there. So I'm going to try to keep this relatively thin and textureless in the sky so it doesn't compete too much with things in the foreground. Okay, now I'm going to take a bit of white and do this with my cool blue. Just sort of take a little bit of the intensity of some of those colors off in some places. Just dabbing it. So right here, even though it's going to be actually a darker well, maybe even a bit of ultramarine blue right around this moon, I'm putting a little bit of this white there because that way when I put the ultramarine blue there, it'll go dark, but it'll also go really deep blue. So sometimes you put a little bit of white underneath so that when we paint a color, like it can, we'll see that color a little bit more in its full glory. Okay. Let's I'm gonna take my purple again, or my brown, my cool brown that I had earlier. All right. I used my cool red and this brown, my cool blue and cool yellow. Just gonna come back in here. Okay, take some cool red to start for this building back here, this little triangular shape. What building would this be? Is this the Marine building? Think about what that is. Or the Dominion building? There's a few buildings that could be back there. Let's get a bit of cool. Oh yeah, we have that color still right here. It's a bit of an orange. Okay, let's just clean this brush off. And what was I gonna do? Oh, let's go to a green with some white. So take my white and green. Let's take a bit more cool yellow. So I'm painting a little bit of white there. I think I'll let that dry and actually paint over it again with some green and blue without any white in it. And it'll be a little bit, well, it'll have a kind of nice glow to it, but I just need to kind of allow that surface to dry before I do anything else. Some reflections in the water there. Let's, before I go too much further, I'm going to paint that's the moon here. Mostly it's just going to be white and some cool yellow. Again, notice I didn't bother cleaning my brush. It's a little bit green, but I don't really care because this will get painted over a few times. So one thing I think might end up happening with this painting is I might actually do a lot of the stuff in the foreground and come back to that background and work on that in a little bit. So let's just let all that kind of dry for a few moments. While that's drying, let's go to the water next. What's the conversation going? Having some quality chocolate. Shiva says, or Passing said, love those vibrant colors. Shiva says, well, when I want to use colors in my own paintings, I mean not copy, I get confused. How much to use each color, warm and cool colors, complementary or contrasting colors. Bethany says cold colors at the back and warm colors at the front. So great question, Shiva. So yeah, just ask yourself, what am I painting right now? Am I painting something in the foreground or in the background? And if you're painting something in the background, you want to use your cool colors. Right? Those are your 3 cool colors, and you can make a lot of different colors with just those 3. And then you say, oh no, I'm actually painting something in the foreground. So you say, okay, well, it's just going to be a combination of these 3 colors. And then maybe white and black, of course. And so that immediately eliminates half of your color palette, allowing you to really focus on those 2 kind of, whether it's warm or cool. Obviously, there's let's say there's times where you might paint somebody who's wearing a cool blue t-shirt. It doesn't mean like, oh, I guess I can't paint it the way it actually is. You could still use cool blue in the foreground. It's just that it probably isn't going to be totally cool blue. There's probably going to be some warmer highlights and shadows in that cool blue. So you might have that cool blue as kind of your, what we call like the local color, which is the color that, you know, like even let's say if I took a tube of, well, let me see, let's say we had the local color of this tube is this cool blue, right? It's the color that we perceive it, like a red of an apple or yellow of a banana is the local color. But within, if you're painting a banana, there might be greens and oranges and purples and all sorts of other colors. So this could be my t-shirt, but then there might also be, like, even just as I see here, there's some highlights of some white and some darker areas. Can be really helpful to kind of helping you move on to painting your own paintings. I did notice, I just saw my internet might have cut out for a second, so I'm hoping that the stream is still working properly. Let me know if there is some catastrophic problem here. Okay, so let's move on to the water, as I said. Let's look at these side by side so I can figure out what I want to do next. So another thing you can do when you're looking at your painting is like squint your eyes, like you're pretending to sleep, right? Remember when you're a little kid and you're supposed to go to bed, but you're actually reading comic books underneath the blankets, that kind of thing. And then your mom opens the door, and then you're like, are they still at the door? Have they left? You kind of just open your eyes a little bit to see, oh, they're still there. Okay, pretend I'm still asleep. And then you open your, okay, they've left. Okay, phew. Open your eyes up again, right? So, but squinting, if we're looking at the painting, so if I squint my eyes and look at my painting, and I squint my eyes and look at the original painting, a few things become quite obvious. First of all, I can see the contrasts are stronger. I notice, wow, this needs to get way darker. And only is that because right now it looks very orangey and yellow, right? So it needs to get much more green and blue and brown. So remember I was just painting all of these lines in here kind of willy-nilly? Well, now I didn't do nearly enough, or I need to do a lot more of those darker lines over top. And it already feels pretty dark, but remember this is a night ferry. This is supposed to be in the middle of the night, so we need a lot more dark greens to come into the play here. So I'm going to actually take some of my warm blue now and some of my warm yellow, and I'm going to paint a little bit with this because this is a warmer color, and so I want this to be in my foreground. In fact, I want to make it a little bit more on the bluey side. Still going to be a blue-green, but just a little bit more blue. I'm just going to make it a bit darker. I am, however, going to stay with a slightly smaller brush to paint all of this in. Okay, so let's see if we... So I'm not going to sit around here and spend all afternoon trying to get these waves exactly the way they looked. I'm kind of interested in getting close, but if I'm off, I will be more than happy to move on if that happens. But and you can see that like, I'm not necessarily obeying the waves as I painted them previously. In some cases here I'm painting opposite, like a syncopation or something to what was originally painted. The cool thing with, again, having done a bunch of those layers underneath here is that as I paint, it's not like those layers that I'm painting are disappearing and it's like, I did all that work for nothing. You know, depending on how thick I apply this layer here, I'm still going to see some of those colors that are underneath here, reds and greens and blues and oranges. They're just a little bit more muted, a little bit, they're covered, but they're still a little bit visible. Same thing over on the right side. Okay, isn't that kind of satisfying? You start seeing, as we start darkening down the painting, kind of assuming getting closer to the original, these kind of wormy lines, serpentine lines, kind of become more prominent. That orangey quality starts to disappear. It gets a little bit more darker. It starts to feel more like nighttime. It is, you know, in person, this painting, it does appear darker than I think it appears on camera, because I have upped the brightness a little bit. So it is one, that's something I always think, sometimes I darken it maybe a little bit more than necessary so that it looks good on camera, and then I look at it like, yeah, it's a little dark. So but it is just at the same time, you know, if it looks kind of good on camera and it is a little bit darker than it needs to be, that's okay, because it just might take a little bit longer for the painting to reveal itself when someone's looking at it under normal light after it's completed. And I generally think that's something that sort of, it's like rewarding somebody who's going to stand in front of the painting for that extra 10-20 seconds, as opposed to just like walking quickly through the art gallery. Okay, let's go have lunch. And you kind of want somebody to kind of like, look, oh, wow, how is this made? Look at those colors. Wow. Right? I think you want that more than just sort of the quick judgment of the work here. While I got this green, I'm just going to put a bit of warmer colors in the foreground, even though this is going to be black. This will just help me get there. Okay. So before I go too much more of these warm colors, I'm going to go back to my cool greens now. So that, because I want to keep some cooler greens in the background. Let's take some white and cool blue. Actually, I'm just going to go to a smaller brush here. What I actually really love about this painting is how what he's doing right here is I think the coolest part, and this is probably where we'll end up spending most of the rest of the session, is in that area, because there's all of that kind of frothy water that from behind the engines of this boat that are just kicking up all this color. So now I'm going to take a little bit, I'm taking some white here, and I know the finished painting is not going to have white like this, but it's going to make it easier for me to paint some of these lighter colors if there's a little bit of white underneath some of this. Okay. So now, I'm just going to clean these brushes off. So now I'm going to take, let's take a bit of, make it orange, some warm yellow and warm red. See the difference between painting this orange just on its own over top of that dark versus painting it over the white there. It really kind of pops much more. Let's do a kind of a green. I'm gonna take a cool blue and cool yellow. And so that, you know, the question someone might ask, well, I thought we're supposed to do cool colors in the background, warm colors in the foreground. Why are we putting like a cool green up here? Because that cool green is going to be is louder, and we can always paint over top of it. And he's sort of playing with these colors too, right? He's allowing different colors to kind of churn around in this area. Remember that, like, this whole kind of era of artists is just totally rebelling generation after generation to 500 years of academic art that had very strict rules about what you're supposed to do, where, in each painting, and including warm and cool colors and foreground and background. And you just have a whole bunch of new artists that are just like, why? Why, like, who says we're supposed to use cool colors in the background, warm colors in the foreground? I'm going to play with that a little bit. I'm going to deliberately put my warm colors in the background, cool colors in the foreground, like maybe Edvard Munch did and Picasso did. I think at least in Edvard Munch's instance, like to deliberately make the painting look disturbing and to create this kind of like, what would you call it, kind of feeling slightly destabilizing, because the brain doesn't really, and most people don't know about warm and cool colors, so people looking at it like, something's weird about this painting, like the space is all strange, it's like I just had too many beers or something. What so artists have, over the past 150 years, have really played with the correct way that one is quote-unquote supposed to make a painting in order to kind of elicit certain kinds of emotions from us. So, you know, right now this is kind of, it was kind of too light, and now it's gone too dark, or then it went too dark, now it's kind of lightened back up again. So that's, you know, kind of going back and forth, lightening and darkening, lightening and darkening. And that's how we get kind of all of these fun little colors going on in here. So I think the next thing, for instance, I'm going to take some warm red and some white and make a bit of a pink. Let's, I I'm gonna now go right to my, well, I wanna go right to my black. I'm gonna take black and put it into my blue to start, because I remember I want to save some dark color for the mast and the ropes and stuff. So now I can really start putting in some darker colors. This is basically my warm blue with a little bit of black. On camera it looks really dark. In person I have a little bit more of the ultramarine blue, which this is ultramarine blue. I can see a little bit more of just the kind of the glow of that blue paint. And it also allows me to kind of clean up some lines. In fact, let's zoom in for the first time, really. Yeah, you really look at that, like, wow, that's wild, hey? So, again, I'm taking my warm blue and black. So it's dark, but it's not black. It's still quite kind of, there's still a lot of life in this dark color. Feels kind of cool getting this. Yeah, so now I'm kind of, I almost have to be careful of maybe cleaning this up too much. I mean, assuming I want to keep it kind of close to the original. Because part of my tendency might be to like really kind of make this look very stylized, because it's also very close to kind of how some of the paintings I've made in the past. Which is probably one of the reasons I really like this painting, is these swirls, like Van Gogh-like swirls, right? So all those dots and that texture, that is interesting. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that just yet. What did she... Shiva says, these days I'm watching and practicing the drawing classes. He is the best teacher. Oh, Shiva, thank you. Lolly says, Shiva, I agree completely. This channel reignited my love of art, and I'm painting more since finding Michael's videos than I've ever had in my life. Wow, thank you. Shiva says, thank you, dear Michael. Pascaline says, I have 200 paintings to catch up on. Shiva says, I found Michael's channel 3 weeks ago when I was searching for drawing classes, and I'm so happy. I've attended some drawing and sketching classes in my country, but I consider myself at 0 level, and I'm learning from Markowsky not only art, but more important things, lessons of life. That's great. Oh, thank you. You guys just make my day. This is one of the reasons I love doing these episodes, even though it doesn't really pay the bills or anything. It's just, it's good for my mental health, for my ego. I've clearly, when I hear such sweet things like that, it's pretty hard not to feel good feelings. So I really sincerely appreciate that. That's very, very sweet and generous to, receive comments like that. I get kind of uncomfortable because I don't even know how to take compliments that are that sweet, you guys. Okay. Not that anybody should stop. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's let's go back to, I just want to see if I can get a little bit of these kind of little dots and things in there, because I think it's almost like tentacles for of a fish or something, right? It's like a, like a octopus. So let's just take some white and different colors. Do the same thing with some orange colors. Let's see, some reds, a little bit of pink, maybe. Add a bit more yellow. Let's start that again. Let's do some warm yellow this time, I guess. Like, I suspect this is the kind of thing he might have done a lot of and then painted them and kind of like, no, it's wrong, and painted them out and kept part of it there and then maybe resurrected part of them. Because, I mean, I haven't seen this painting in person, but I just sort of get the impression that this is a lot of texture in here. Okay, maybe I'm kind of overdoing it a little bit. So maybe I will paint over some of those things, and like, let's just zoom back out and just see how they look side by side. Kind of getting there. That's pretty cool. What an interesting effect. It's very stylized, that way of doing water. I've never really seen anybody do anything like that. And again, mine is definitely different than what he's got, and I'm not saying this is totally done there yet, but it does present like an interesting solution to water, to maybe those are supposed to be reflections from the sky, and there's all sorts of reflections maybe from the lights of the boat in downtown Vancouver there. But we'll come back to that. I think what I want to do now is move on. Should we do... I don't think we've done this one yet. Okay, so let's move... Let's paint the foreground here, including some of the mast and these beams and the levers and all that kind of stuff. We'll do all that right now. So, where should we start? We'll look at them side by side. That might help me. I'm getting close. I think maybe what I'll do now is use maybe a black to kind of darken some of this in. So I'm now going to go directly to my black, right? My darkest color. Now this is not quite as black as actual black straight out of the tube. And I don't think I'm going to use actual black right out of the tube. But, in fact, actually, I'm going to go back to this warm blue with black. I kind of liked how that looks, and it actually seems to be almost just a little bit darker than the black I have anyway. Maybe I did get a bit of white in there at one point. Come back over to this side. So again, this is the advantage of putting some of those darker colors in there earlier, because now they just go on nice and dark. Now really got 1, 2, 3, and I got 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna put an extra stripe down here, even though the painting doesn't have one, just because that will balance the painting out. So that's even on both sides of this picture. Bit of an oversight on my part, but it's just easier probably to do that. And of course, it's not the end of the world that I did that anyway, right? That's pretty good so far. Let's zoom in here now. And there's Maboob. Maboob says, hello there, hello. Maboob. I imagine this guy with these big, wide boots here must be, works on the boat. Or these big, wide fisherman pants that they used to wear back in the day. Look like bell bottoms, but... he's probably standing at the back of the boat making sure everything's going well. Kind of looks a little bit like the Petit Prince or something, right? Brown there. Let's mix a bit of a new brown. Warm yellow, warm red, and and warm blue. Let's go for a warm green. Oops, sorry, warm yellow and warm blue, but mostly warm yellow. Let's look at these, as we said, these maybe this loving couple right in the corner here. I mean, I always find it just so fantastic when an artist just uses a couple of very simple, well-placed brushstrokes to evoke, a person or animal or building, whatever it might be, as is the case right here. Kind of, as I think about this, it reminds me a little bit of, we I don't know how long ago it was we painted Edward Hopper's famous Nighthawks painting. The one where it looks like there's a couple people sitting in a diner, and we're looking from the outside in. This painting has a little bit of that same kind of quality of, you know, this, maybe we're spying in on a little bit of an intimate moment. Maybe they just met, or they're breaking up, or who knows what's really going on down here. Oops, sorry. Sort of lightening up around their heads because it's a little bit dark in the water, and so that will help bring some light back in there. Just took a bit of cool blue, or cool yellow, or sorry, cool red and warm blue to make a bit more of a saturated purple. Okay, I'll come back to that because it still needs some work. Let's take a bit more white. I'm going to come back to boatman, I would say. So that paint is still real wet, so I gotta blow dry all that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to blow dry a bunch of things here. Lisa says, I love learning about the artist. That's what makes the show special for me. Thank you so much for saying so, Lisa. It's one of my favorite parts of doing these, is just the research. It gives me an excuse just to spend a lot of time looking at the great art from the past. Okay, I'm going to mute the microphone. Okay. Let's start doing this cable stuff. So what color do we have? Kind of, it's, well, you know, I think it doesn't really matter so much. Maybe it's a little bit on the purpley side right up top here. I should say that, you know, one of the reasons why I've also blow dried this is, let's say I'm making this line and I kind of get a little bit, I get confused. I can just really quickly wipe it away with a wet cloth, as opposed to if I painted it and let's say that looked really crooked, I'd be kind of screwed if it was still wet paint all around it. Whereas if it's wet right now, I can just wipe it off and not disturb much or any of the background. So it gives me just that extra little moment to kind of be like, okay, is it right? No, it's not right. Okay, let's get rid of it. Hurry up before the paint dries. And again, even though oil paint does take longer to dry, it also means the background is still going to be wet. So that's, you know, a great advantage that acrylic paint has over oil paint, is that, yes, it dries faster, but it can allow us to fix mistakes, which you can do in oil paint. Like, you can just literally scrape paint right off the surface if you want. But it is nice to be able to work as kind of quickly as I'm working. Like, if I was doing any of these, if I was trying to do this entire series as oil paintings, it would be very hard for me to do most of the paintings we've done in a single session. Most of them would have to be broken up into 2, 3, 4 sessions maybe. Like it would be probably more likely that we would start maybe one painting one day, move on to a different painting, paint on that the next session, so that we might have like 4 or 5 paintings going simultaneously, and then, which would be, I think, pretty hard for most people to follow, because it's like, what painting are we doing? Oh, it's on part 4 of Leonardo's Mona Lisa. I'd be like, oh, I'm still working on episode 3 of blah 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 blah, right? So I mean, I just think it's fascinating that when I was in art school 20 years ago, I came in as a acrylic painter, and I remember having conversations with teachers and other students that were basically like, when are you gonna go to oil paint? Like, people, like, there's a kind of a, and they would admit it's a stigma. There's a stigma against acrylic painting that, you know, if you it's kind of a bit of an uphill battle. You can sell this painting for a couple $1,000 as a acrylic painting. You could sell it for $10,000 as an oil painting. Like, really? People are that? Yeah, kind of. They are that kind of snobby. But that's how things were 20 years ago in the early aughts. Now I think the vast majority of people could care less. I think even artists, like, you know, are just like, I think, I mean, I could be wrong. I just haven't met anybody in 20 years really who's tried to carry that banner anymore. I just think most people have sort of gotten over it. Okay, so it's not exactly the right color, obviously. I just want to kind of get that white in so that it can kind of help to illuminate things going on in behind it. What's next? Oh, let's, there's some blue down there. I keep forgetting to do that. So my white and my warm blue this time. Maybe that's a bit too solid and purpley of a color, so let's just kind of erase part of it back. This is cool blue and cool yellow. cool teal a bit with a bit of white in there. There's still more. Yeah, actually, well, let's do that right now. Let's just take. Okay, I'm going to take some warm yellow now. Put some of this in the moon in the center. Take some of the same warm yellow. Just put it in a few places back here. Let's take a bit of warm yellow. This is sort of a little bit of a skin color. I'm going to take that, or Caucasian skin color, I mean. I need a bit more cool yellow on my palette. Paul says, that's okay. I can follow the oil painting course. I have followed 3 classes on 1 painting. No problem, Michael. I appreciate that, Paul. You've been so diligent about doing these classes. It's pretty remarkable. I'm very proud of you. It's been nice having you as company over the past years now. You've been watching and painting along with me. So again, here's some warmer colors going into the background. What prevents it from just sort of maybe getting too crazy is the fact that, you know, we've got a lot of cool colors back here. So it's sort of like keeping it from getting, from launching itself forward, I guess, in space. So So one thing too, as I get into this area, I just want to be careful about doing too much like outlining and things. Just want to keep it kind of to a minimum. Because the more outlining I do back here, the more that's going to pull the background forward. Let's zoom into the background here. So now I'm just taking some warm blue right out of the tube, and I'm going to paint this warm blue right around the moon here. I remember I painted some cool blue with some white in there, and now I'm painting over top of that. So again, that's this scenario where we've got a cool color, but we're painting some warm color over top of it, and that cool color just sort of reins the cool color in from going too far forward. Right now I'm just kind of doing a bit of dry brushing. Because this sky is kind of too bright, so just taking the little bit of paint that's on my brush and kind of smudging it around. Okay, I'm going to take some white. Actually, let's clean that brush. Shiva asks, between painting stages, do you dry with blow cold air or warm air or hot air? I usually blow dry with just like the hottest setting on the blow dryer in these classes. You know, I think in an ideal world, you would probably let it just air dry. I don't know chemically if using a lot of heat on your acrylic is necessarily the best thing. Because that heat could melt the paint. I don't know chemistry-wise if it's it could have some negative effects. So don't take my word for it. But I mean, it's also just like, how long do you want your paintings to last? Like, are you planning on them lasting for 1,000 years, or are you not quite so concerned about like that kind of detail, right? Some people are like, you know, really, really focused on making sure that their paintings are archival. I think it's a good idea to be conscious and aware of these things, but it's also maybe, I think sometimes people worry so much about how you're going to take care of the painting that they don't focus so much on the painting itself. And I know that, like, when I was learning to paint, the same sort of things would happen in my mind. Like, I would become really obsessed with the, like, proper kind of studio processes of, you know, with the idea that, you know, it's like when you're in art school, you know, that's what they're trying to teach you, how to do things properly and how to be a professional. But it can start to become kind of overwhelming because you're like, oh my goodness, I got to do all these things to, otherwise, like 100 years from now, there'll be some poor conservator cursing my name and saying what a lazy painter this guy was. And, you know, and then as I got older, it's sort of like, that's somebody else's problem 200 years from now or whatever. I think it'll be fine, right? I don't know if it's worth me worrying so much about these relatively insignificant aspects of painting. Let's do this brown line now. And then maybe I'll darken that. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you could see he's got a darker line and then a lighter line. He might have kind of gone back and forth a few times here. You could do this with a Posca pen. You could also do this with a palette knife. Maybe I'll do a palette knife for some of the darker areas just so you can see how that works. Or a second coat with a bit of a darker paint on there. I knew I was stamping my hand somewhere. I could feel paint coming off, but I didn't know where it was going. I mean, I'm pretty close to being done here. It's just a matter of like little these finishing details. So maybe even... Let's do... Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the end. I'm just now doing some finishing touches, cleaning up the buildings and the bridges in the background, the wires on the mast itself, and the figures, a little bit of the boat, maybe darkening some water. So just kind of these little tiny little things back and forth. So let's just see these two paintings side by side. Getting closer and closer. Now, you know, it now seems a little bit brighter again. So what I'm going to do, let's paint. Actually, you know what I should do is probably blow dry this a little bit. Where did I see? Lolly says, this is mad weird. Pascaline says, I suddenly feel like painting David Bowie. And Lolly says, that's so weird. I'm just finished painting a David Bowie portrait of Aladdin Sane. That's great. Did anyone see speaking of David Bowie, there was a kind of a, documentary, quote unquote, called Moonage Daydream. It was in theaters maybe a couple months ago, maybe in October or something, November. I thought it was great. I actually watched it a couple times. It's definitely not your typical biography or documentary. It's more like a concert experience, I would say. But you know, I think it's very David Bowie-ish. If you like David Bowie, you'd probably really like it. And I'm a big David Bowie fan, so... okay, so what I've done here is I'm going to do some lines with a palette knife. This is a little bit tricky. You want to make sure you don't have big globs of paint on here, so that we can kind of get a little bit of paint on there in these sort of straight lines. Actually, let's go to a different view here. Let's go to... Let's give people motion sickness looking at this from this angle. What are we looking at here? And then we've got this big one going across here. So some people might find this easier than painting with a paintbrush or even using a Posca pen. It is a little bit, it takes a bit of time to kind of get the technique down. So you can use a painting like this. Maybe it's a painting you're not so invested in. Maybe not your own painting, just one of our paintings from class. pretty subtle. Like, it kind of disappears into some of these areas, but I don't think, just like his, it's not super visible. Now there is, yeah, there's, I mean, we could spend a long time kind of darkening things in here. Let's do this mast first before I do anything else. Let's get more of a, I think a bit more of a teal thing going on again. Still needs to go more yellow, more white. It's funny, like sometimes where you're painting, you're like, wow, that is really bright. I've gone way too far. And then you look at the original, like, oh, it still needs to go much brighter. Huh. Assuming you want it to make it closer to the original, right? It's not necessarily everybody's goal, nor should it be, right? Looks like I could also do a little bit of a black outline on the outside of that post, but I don't know if I'll do that. We'll see. blobs came off. As it can do. Dripped wet paint, water on there. Okay. Question, Lolly says, Michael, do you have any advice or tips when it comes to painting portraits? Faces really practice, obviously, but I find it so difficult getting skin tones and stuff. Any exercises you could suggest, maybe? Well, I guess it all depends on the kind of paintings you want to make and how realistic or quote-unquote representational you want your paintings to be. Because there's, I mean, especially the past like 150 years, there's been so many, like an explosion of different approaches to portraiture, which I think is a great thing. I think that's only been a good thing for art. But I can understand why it seem a little overwhelming, because there's just kind of infinite ways of painting faces these days. So my recommendation is to look at artists whose styles you really like, and try painting some of their paint, just like we're doing here. because there's no real right or wrong way of making a portrait painting anymore. There's just different ways to do it, and so which way appeals to you most? Whose colors do you like the most? There's so many, because there's just so many different philosophies. Because that kind of question is sort of almost, it's like, and I understand what you're saying, but I think from my perspective it becomes more of like, well, what's the best way to cook an egg? Well, I don't know. I mean, there's lots of different ways to cook an egg. How do you like your eggs? Do you like your eggs scrambled or over easy, or in a quiche, or in a lemon meringue, or like, I mean, what would be the, what is your own personal ideal? And once you kind of define a little bit of that, then that can kind of make it a little bit easier to narrow down the process that you would like to use the most. Like, I wouldn't say I'm an expert at portraiture. I'm probably more, landscapes are more kind of my thing. So, I mean, I've taken portrait painting classes and I've learned some techniques over time, and but mostly I just sort of end up adapting things and just taking a little bit of this and that and cobbling them together into my own method. And I know it's not probably a very satisfactory answer, but getting pretty darn close here. Well, he says, yeah, that makes sense, Michael. Thanks. I find that drawing part much easier. When it comes to adding color, I go, you always nail portraits. It gives me inspiration to keep trying. Paul says, next week we'll have a portrait painting. Yeah, next week we're painting a painting of the so-called Black Mozart. And there's a movie coming out about him, which is how it kind of fell into my radar. You know, I'm always sort of, anytime there's movies coming out about creative people, I'm always kind of fascinated just to see how they turn those into stories, because I'm making a graphic novel about an artist, so I'm always like, how are they going to adapt that biography? So yeah, we'll be doing a portrait of, sounds like I mean, I can't wait for this movie, because the story of the Chevalier is pretty wild. Okay, I need to blow dry that, because paint is, yeah, I'm stamping paint all over the place here. I'm debating whether I maybe add a bit of a glaze over here, or just darken almost everything just a little bit. Tone it down just a tiny bit. Yeah, let me do that. Okay, so let's blow dry it. Oh, okay, I gotta wrap up here. I gotta run and get my daughter. Okay. So, wow, time just flies. My goodness. Okay, so I'm taking a little bit of glazing fluid here and a little bit of my black. Get that glazing fluid on my brush. And then I'm just gonna go over this area of the painting, which seemed a little bit too bright, and just bring this down like 10-15%. I always think this is just kind of magical how it's a lot easier doing this than remixing colors and trying to paint the whole thing out and down. Same sort of thing. Oops, it's a little too much. I'm going to take a bit of my warm blue now and glaze a little bit with that. might have been a bit too much. Let's just wipe some of that away. Okay. Take just some pure white. And take pure white and just put it right in the middle of the moon here. So that's going to help make that glow just that little bit more. And maybe even just darken that cloud a bit. I don't know, I'm getting, well, I guess those people down there. I think I'm pretty close to wrapping up here. I don't know, this is one of these things where getting that detail in that makes it so convincing that these are people standing here, that they're, the fact that, you know, just a couple little brush strokes and you're like, oh, are those a couple lovers standing there? That's kind of the masterful part of an artist like this, is how that just seems so obvious. think I have to run. Well, let me see. What about? Okay, let's go just a little bit more done here. Oops. It's a little sloppy for my taste. Yikes. Oops. Okay, I think I gotta wrap up regardless of where I am, but I think I could keep on going for hours here and never be happy. Okay. Okay, so let's do our side-by-side comparison. I've been painting for a while. I love how things have turned out. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Can I live with it? Absolutely. So before we do that, just once again, I encourage you to like this episode, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you know when upcoming videos are happening, because my schedule is all over the place these days. Additionally, take a photograph of your artwork and upload it to the Facebook group. And if you don't already belong to the Facebook group, join the Facebook group. I think it's the first link in the description below. As well, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as 25 cents or $1 via PayPal, a super chat, you can send an e-transfer through my email, which is on my website, or you can contact me through the Facebook group. Lots of different ways that we can get in contact. So, how did this one turn out? I think it turned out okay. Oops, what's going on here? You know, this beam, this pole, actually, it's the color of this, when I look at it and then I look at the screen, looks exactly right. But when I look at my painting on the TV screen, it looks way off. Again, that's not unusual, but it just seems very different, oddly enough. Same thing, like this guy down here, it seems really bright on camera, but in person it looks virtually the same as the original image. And I guess that's because the brightness is turned up on my camera. I think it looks better on camera, but it's not quite totally accurate to the way it actually looks. Yeah, so let's zoom in. Let's start up at the background in the sky where we kind of began the painting. And I mean, these things on mine went from kind of bridges into like rainbows or something, and I was maybe a little bit lazy with just these quick little reflections, and he did more of them. You know, it's whatever, it is what it is. Let's look at the moon in his painting versus mine. You know, I mean, you can just see the difference between like an actual genius at work in my painting. Just the subtlety of the way that he painted that. And I'm sure he did it really quickly. And he was probably drunk while he did it too. I think that looks, yeah, it's okay, especially for the size. You know, his original painting is much larger than mine as well. Again, just looking a little bit more at these clouds in the sky. You know, we're on the right track with using kind of thin layers of paint and kind of wiping it away with a cloth. There is just probably a lot more of that. I'm sure he worked on this painting for weeks, if not months. Even though it looks very spontaneous and it's done kind of, you know, with some pretty aggressive brushstrokes, I think that he took his time. You know, so like sometimes when you hear an artist took, you know, 6 months on a painting, it's not like they're working on it every single day, right? There's a lot of kind of decision making that has to be done. Okay, and then we have these two people. It looks like a man and a woman leaning against the railing there, chatting away. I think on mine it looks fine now. It sort of looks like he's wearing chaps, like those are his bare legs, and he's got some leather chaps on the front and his butt's hanging out the back or something. I don't know what happened there, but you know, I mean, again, his, you know, this is the size of my finger. His is probably not quite this, is the, you know, is probably at least twice, 3 times the size of that. So it's just be easier to get those little tiny brush strokes that look like something. Let's look at this fellow here. Yeah, I mean, my little dots and stuff look a little bit more very stylized, whereas his just sort of look like the product of a lot of work and painting out and painting in and painting out, and I almost imagine that, like, I've done all these as little dots, whereas he's done all of these as probably just painting some of those lines out. So I don't know if he did, except for maybe a few places with little dots. Where's my cursor? Like a little bit here and here, there. But a lot of the rest of it is done with just sort of painting things out and little dots appearing as they've been painted out. Okay, the bottom right corner, just before we pack it in. Yeah, he's got a bit more green. Mine's a little bit more blue there. But, long story short, as my grandfather used to say, good enough for government work, and even though this isn't really government work, I think that's probably good enough. Okay, thank you everybody for painting along with me today. We will see you guys maybe this weekend for a feedback episode. I gotta check the schedule. Otherwise, until then, we'll see you next week for another painting class. It'll be probably 12:30 on a Thursday afternoon Pacific time. Have a great night, everybody. And we shall see you soon. Take care. Thanks so much for all the love in today's episode. I really love it.